Good day everyone, back with some more FGO. Today, plan is see if we can't finish Orleans. Of course, before we get to that, we have a few summons to do. Hey Spinal. Spinal, you never sent the request, did you? You need my card again, or? Alright. I don't know if you saw, I sent you quite a bit of information on an the banners for the upcoming event. So let me know if how you want to handle that kind of information and stuff. And that was just for one event's banner. There are still quite a few coming up each year. Okay, so unfortunately a dud. Yeah, stun resist. I believe I linked you to the fandom wiki though and explained how you can go to JP and work your way forwards in time from 2 years ago in Japan to see what we have coming up events wise. Just check each little event or banner there and see what's on the summoning campaigns, and let me know any of them that strikes your fancy, and I will attempt to tell you what, if any, information I have about the characters involved therein. But the good news is we're going to get our bonus summon. Truthfully, it might not be a bad idea to summon off this banner because of this craft essence right here, which is one of the rare craft essences that has starting MP that even non-MLB starts with 50% charge, as opposed to the 30% that becomes 50% when they're MLB'd. This one's 50 and then goes to 60. Of course, there's only like I think it's a 4% chance of getting a 5-star CE when you roll. So it's 1% for a 5-star 7, 4% for a 5-star craft essence, 3% for a 4-star 7, 12% for a 4-star craft essence, and then it's like 40-40 for 3-star 7, 3-star craft essence. It's vaguely that is the rates in the game. But let's hope we get lucky here. Come on, Asuko. That's a shame. MP strength's all well and good, but early on you really struggle to get your MP in the first place, so it's kind of a big waste. Oh, another copy of Robin maybe? Okay, another Billy. Come on, Osaka, Ku. Wait. Oh, bugger. I miscounted our summons. Feels bad. Oh well. It won't be long, we'll be getting one more sane course. I believe I said this last time, but I'm currently planning on stopping these little beginner rolls once we hit day 7 on our logins, because that's when you get like 10 tickets and a chunk of Saint Courts. And then after that, you get progressively more all the way till day 14, which is the end of that boosted stuff. And we could keep going, but maybe better to actually start learning how to save for banners. So, Spinal, I told you about what banners were they? The Jolfin banner, Jean Archer, and the Dantes banner, and the Summer BB banner. Now that's for the next event that we should get, which is the rerun of Summer 3. But the event after that, Summer 4, which is the one I'm planning on rolling on my main actually, for Lambda, aka Summer Melt, has 3 banners of its own that some may be interested in. So do let me know if you take a look at that and any of those strike your fancy. Okay, 2 fights. It's still starting as an archer, even though even though lancers are involved. It's very strange. So the banners, let's see, from memory, you've got a banner with Musashi Berserker as the 5-star, and then the 2 4-stars you can pick from is an Archer Osakabe Hime and a Rider version of Carmilla. Now, next anniversary, there's an art support version of Artoria here, she's very, very, very strong, and Berserker Musashi is one of the sort of like the double Scotty system, Edmond Dantes or very high MP rank Berserker Lancelot are kind of famous go-tos in that setup. Well, Berserker Musashi is one of the caster Artoria ones that they like to praise a lot, where she can farm pretty much most nodes. Of course, I'm going for a Spacious Star instead, or Astarte. And she's also in that. From what I can tell, she's above Musashi in that regard, actually. Basically AoE art servants that can get a lot of refunds and loop. More 3-turn farming setup stuff, really. Although with arts, there's so much art support. You just, even challenge quests and the like, they start blurring out. I am really out of it today. Okay. Okay. Streamed yesterday for like 3 hours, and I did not have an issue with the screen going black. But here it starts again now for some reason. It's frustrating. Seriously? Okay, and I'm sorry, I have to. So, Berserker Misashi, if you like her, is definitely a good one to try for. If you like arts units and the like. Now, a big important banner, especially for a new account, because one of the taking pure love of servants out of and going completely objective here. One of the helpful things you can do is get one of the big supports, which I explained before, because then you can provide your own support and just flex pick the DPS from your friends list instead of having to worry about having a good DPS that can fulfill various classes. And there are 2 of the big supports available this year on banners. Merlin, the big premier Buster support, but even he can work even outside of Buster teams. He's just really bloody strong. I wonder if there's some Merlin here that I can show. There we go. So he is the Dick Wizard himself, as they call him. As some call him. For reasons. Probably not the reason you're immediately thinking of. He has a large charisma, which increases everyone's attack 3 turns, and it's a 20% MP gauge charge for everyone. So he provides some battery and a big attack up. This is a 1-turn invuln on the entire team. Also increases crit star drop rate, and lowers critical rate for 3 turns for all enemies. Now that, a lot of people really sleep on lowering the crit rate for enemies. That really takes a lot of their danger away. After that, it's really just their MP you have to worry about for the most part. Because crits really muck you over in this game if you're not careful. And then here's a big one. Big 50% buster up. A fairly substantial max HP buff. And a crit strength up. on one ally makes your busted DPS hit like an absolute truck, and if they crit, oh boy. I think we've already demonstrated what kind of obscene damage crits can do, and that's not even taking into account. Oh, lest I forget, his MP is also really lovely. It's HP regen, MP gauge regen, and crit star regen for 5 turns every time he uses the MP. So that's obviously going to stack if he can get it back to back fairly quickly. He has a triple arts deck as well, you know, classic caster deck. So it's not the most difficult thing to do. So he provides a lot of protection, longevity, and MP gauge recursion. He has a crit battery as well. Just more MP gauge. Lots of heals. Just an amazing servant. So he gets, and this is his last, well, there will be a rerun of this event, Summer Fall, next year. So he will be up again then. Unless they skipped his banner on the rerun, but I don't think they did. Pretty sure he gets his banner on there again. So that's an option. The 4-star on the list is Siegfried, who is actually one of the potential starting servants. That you can get on your starting rolls. He's an AoE Buster Saber that does bonus damage against dragon enemies. And he actually has a bit of a cute combo with St. George in that aspect, because St. George's MP actually turns an enemy into a dragon. So that's kind of funny. And then I think the 3-star right up is Fuma. And Fuma's really good, of course. Again, his buffs are sadly very late in story before you can actually do them. But he's quite good. And then the third banner is Artoria Ruler, which is another that has really brilliant Ascension arts. All 3 of her Ascension arts, or Ascension forms, are very distinct and unique from each other. Quality-wise, I think she's okay. She actually gets a buff, which they rarely buff summon units, but they gave her a buff on the rerun. I think it was on the rerun. That fixed her second skill, because I think it's her second skill. She has one that reshuffles. Hold on. Instead of giving you potentially misinformation, I'll just look her up. Artoria. There's so many Artorias. They have their own spatial page on the fandom wiki. Yeah, it's a second skill. It's a command card shuffle, so it reshuffles your deck for you to begin with, and it resets it so to where this counts as turn 1. So instead of I explained before how you can kind of keep track of your cards, so you can pretty well know what your hand's going to be on the second and especially third turn each loop, but this will reset it to 1. Now, the The upgrade to this lets you select an ally to leave their cards out of this hand, so you can have better control. So say you have a support caster or something, you typically, unless you're wanting to get their MP pretty quickly, you generally don't want their cards. You want mostly your DPS's cards. So if you take out the hit with the light feather support caster's cards, you'll have a better chance of having your big DPS in getting a brave chain. So it actually made the skill what I think they intended it to be to begin with. Besides that, she's quite solid. She's a ruler, so she's tanky. She's not going to blow you away damage-wise, but I think that there are only a handful of rulers that would do that. Estrella, for example, or ruler Martha. Because generally they try to be more defensive, or even supportive. So that's her. What else is on the banner? So Summer Melt is on there. And she's she's an AoE Arts Lancer. You're joking. Well, that's no fair. I should have MP'd second wave if I knew the last one just won. But what about my value? I'm actually drawing a blank on what besides Summer Melt is on this banner, unfortunately. Hold on, I'll check. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. So Summer Melt is an amazing AoE Arts Lancer. One of the best AoE Lancers she's one of the absolute best 4-star Lancers, is what I'm getting at. Attempting to get at if I can speak properly. And she hits quite hard despite not having an upgraded MP. Her first skill is actually really interesting because it has a super low cooldown. She increases her arts performance by 20% for 5 turns. So 5 turns, but the cooldown is 4. So this means she's going to have a turn where she double buffs that to 40%. She has an invuln and also buff removal resist for a turn. And she also gives herself the waterside battlefield buff for 3 turns. That's really good. It's always handy when a unit can provide their own battlefield buffs, as opposed to just having to hope you happen to be fighting in the right area for them. Let's do our bonus summon now. And she has a Star Absorb and 50% attack up, which is always 50%. That's a lot. That's a big boost. And she absorbs her teammates' MP gauge to juice her own gauge up. So she can absorb up to 30% from each of them. So she basically has a 60% battery and up to 60% battery. And that's on a fairly low 5-turn cooldown. Usually batteries have a higher cooldown than that, especially ones that are so high. She removes enemies' evasion, which luckily activates first if she's on a water side battleground, which again she can do that herself, and then also ignores defense buffs, and she gens 20 crit stars at base with no overcharge. So she gets the crit train rolling as well. Sets up her own crit, turns to follow up her MP. Alright, come on. Caster. Well, there's Babbage. So there's you a decent AoE caster if you're Saber. Ugh. Oh well, we got a couple mana prisms, I guess. Now Babbage is actually fairly strong, and he gets buffed eventually, and gets even stronger. I would still say Castacu's better than him, if you can get more than one copy of Castacu, but Fergus is fine as a saber. Like, he's passable if you don't have anything else for that slot. Like, the cream of the crop for 3-star sabers is Bedivere. It's just a shame he's story locked. But luckily, just like Castacu, you do get a copy of him for completing the story that he's locked behind. And it's pretty easy to go on a class-based banner and find the saber banner and roll a wee bit until you get some more of it. Since sabers are... That's another thing. I'm actually glad I somehow dovetailed into this conversation, this particular topic. Class-based banners can be a very handy thing to grab certain servants, well, 3-star servants, or if you're missing, you've got a hole in your roster for a specific class. Because, as one might expect, a class-based banner, each banner is separated by one class, except the extra banner. But the extra banner doesn't have much on it, because the only things that are on there are non-limited and story-locked stuff. And when it comes to extra class, that list is very small. In fact, there's only one 3-star unit that's an extra class. So, that's kind of hilarious. The 3-star unit will always be this guy. He's super easy to MP5 because of that. Avenger Salieri. Do we have an AoE Berserk? Well, we do, but they don't have the MP. What's over here? Oh. Oh. See, as you can see, these are knight classes, so Alter Ego is going to do half damage to them, unfortunately. There's Archer Jean. I've actually not seen somebody use that portrait of her. They usually use other stuff. Guess I'll just zerk it all the way. Okay. I finished talking about Lambda, right? Oh, back to bloody hell. Back to class-based banners. If you'll recall, when I did the GSSR roll on my main, I got pretty well, besides the random double 5-star instead of 1, I was particularly pleased with how I amusingly got a copy of Asclepius 3-star caster. See, he's story locked. Unfortunately, he's story locked behind the very newest banner that's out in Global, or story chapter that's out in Global, which is the Indian Lost Belt. So he's extremely good because he provides something that is very difficult to come by for 1 to 3-star units, which again, when you're starting out, unless you open that wallet, is going to be what you're stuck with for a while, for the most part, most likely. And that is debuff removal. So, very rare. I think we should probably do this. Not only that, he provides 20% battery. He gives your team an MP gain up. And he's got the even more... Bugger. I'm getting tongue-tied, something fierce today, my apologies. So he can heal one ally's health and increase the debuff resistance for 3 turns. He can seal an enemy's notable phantasm for a turn, which is very handy. It's always nice to delay your enemy by a turn, especially when you're stuck with the 1 to 3-star units, so you can't like burst through the enemy really quickly, so the fights are going to drag out a little more. It's always good to try and delay your enemy before they blow you up. And then his Noble Phantasm gives your party debuff, a one-hit debuff immunity, so the fierce debuff will not work on them for 3 turns. And then they get Guts status for 3 turns. So a random crit or a focus from a boss, they might kill one of your mates, and then they'll pop right back up. And you get 3 turns of HP regen at the end of each turn. So very solid defensive support with debuff removal. Provides some guts, can slow the enemy down by sealing their MP, can help your team get their MPs quicker with the 3-turn MP gen up. And luckily, you're fine with just 1 copy of him. So you don't have to worry about really dipping into the Saint Courts that badly if you can just get 1 copy of him secured. So we do have a class-based banner coming up. Should be not long after the Summer 4 event. I think it's around there, I think. So it could be a good chance to roll and get a copy of him. And just like us, where we're struggling, we're wanting Asuka or Kukulane, or we could roll on Assassin, or we could roll on Lancer until we get a couple copies of them. Or even full MP5 if you like. And the odds are always going to be much better of getting them on those, of getting the 3-star that you want, because the pool is so much smaller. If you're going to get a servant, it is going to be that class. There's no random other class spooks that you have to worry about, which is lovely. Not sure I've shown Jolters in P before, so let's do just that. A reminder, she is the welfare that's available in this next event, so do your best to prepare for that. If you like the way she looks, she's a very stat unit. She's definitely one of the better 4-stars. Good berserker's always handy to have. Okay. Archer. I'm going to do this. And I think, and let's see, and I'm pretty sure the way the class-based banners work, so okay. The class-based summoning banners are good because you can get story-locked units before you've completed that story section. Because again, like Asclepius is very handy for accounts to have access to debuff removal. Because you're going to start getting really pounded with debuffs as you go along in the game. Which is why it's such a pain that not only is he story locked, which is frustrating, but he's story locked behind so deep in that by the time you get to there, you probably already have ways to deal with him. That being said, he's still helpful even past that. Another thing, starting out, if you'll notice, I haven't ascended either the golds, any of the golds that we've gotten besides Heracles, and that was because that was free because of the special ascension that's available for 90 days from the start of this anniversary's day 1. And there's a reason for that. Gold units are a lot more expensive. It's a lot more expensive raising gold units than it is 3-star and especially bronze units. Both in materials and QP costs. Especially leveling their skills. Mercy. Sorry, it's much better to try to hold your excitement. Like, leveling the generally 1 starter 4-star you get from your starter roll is perfectly fine. That's not going to hurt you that bad. But if you happen to get some spooks, and a lot of mistake newer players, a big mistake a lot of newer players can make early on is rushing to level their gold units before their account can really withstand absorbing all those resources. That being said, if you're willing to grind on the class dailies to make up for the difference in materials and the like, that's perfectly fine. And frankly, this event's a good time to do it since all of those dailies are half AP cost as opposed to the full price, which makes them much more manageable. That being said, the sad fact of dailies is, besides the Ember dailies, which is fine if you need them in a pinch to do the 40 AP one, is that you're much better off just waiting for events, because between the event shop often having very commonly used materials, and then the drop rates in events are typically equal to the better drop rate free quests, if not better. And then there are hunting quests that have even better drop rates than that for certain particularly desirable materials that happen on occasion, usually 3 or so of those a year, 2 or 3. Similarly to the class summoning campaigns, they have a handful of them a year. And then lotteries are really good for bronze mats and skill gems. So now we actually are getting a lottery right after soon after the 2 summer events as well. So do be prepared for that. And you'll get a lottery event. You'll get rewarded for however much effort you put into it, frankly. You can grind it as much as your AP and Apple level will allow you, and just enjoy opening all sorts of boxes. Guess we'll do the AoE, even though for some reason I'm getting quite unlucky with getting AMP by wave 3. Just the way cards are lining up. She only needs 20%, well technically 19%, but life is pain. There's no bloody way David's going to kill one of these, but, well, if he crits... Ah, it wasn't to be. Problem solved. Hex art card isn't terrible when it comes to MP game, but he only has the one. One time. There's no way he'll get it now. Oh, never mind. We can finally... Okay, actually this is perfect. Ah, bugger. If there was... If only this was a wave, so I could... I was going to teach you about... So... If you'll notice, when you read a Noble Phantasm, there will be a phrase at some point in it that says effect increases with overcharge. But what is overcharge? So if you'll notice, these two, even though she got an arts card after already hitting 100%, she didn't go past 100%. But if you paid attention, you've noticed that certain servants that I've used on my support list have went beyond 100% charge. That's because your MP charge gauge can actually go to a max of 300% depending on factors. And for every 100%, your MP gets another charge level of overcharge, which increases whatever the overcharge effect is. So in this case, she gets MP gauge. So what this means is when she's at 100% charge, she will regen. She will recharge 20% of her MP gauge after using her Noble Phantasm. That's why I mentioned one of the things people can like to do with it, set up a crit turn and go MP arts and get crits on her arts, because she's going to start with at least a 20%. Even though this is a buster MP, which normally won't give you any refund, but her overcharge does. So then with the arts, she can stand a decent chance, if she's set up well, of getting her MP back, which it's not all that easy for buster units to loop their MP, but she's one of them that can, thanks to this overcharge effect. So with one overcharge, so at 200% charge, that 20% goes to 27.5%. Now if she can go all the way up to 300%, that's 35%. Hard, but there are 2 levels past 300%. But how do you get those? I'll explain in a moment. 400% charge gets a 42.5%, and at 500% charge gives a solid 50, which is insane. Now, those last two are very, very, very rarely ever going to happen for you, because getting to 200% is one thing, but getting to 300% charge is quite a feat to do. So the way the MP gauge works is at MP 1, your max is 100%. You can't go past that, hence how these two are stuck at 100%. But starting with MP level 2 and onwards, your max goes up to 200%. So now you can get you can go to 200%. And it's also really handy because there are certain enemies you will fight that will drain your MP gauge. So if you've got an MP ready and you're like at 112% or something, and they drain 10%, well, now you can still use your MP because you've got 102% charge. But if you were stuck at 100%, now you've got 90% charge. Now you have to re-get it back before you can use your MP. So those little buggers can be annoying. Don't worry, we'll meet them soon-ish. And then once you get to MP5, that's when you get access to 300% charge. So you have to be MP5 to be able to go to that. But where does 400% and 500% come in? So there's something in the game called MP chaining. And what this means is, so if we order this, we use Heracles' first chain bonus gain. So what that means is, this is still going to be 100% charge. Second in the chain is going to get a bonus of 100% charge. So now it's like she has 200% charge. And then say we had David's and we put David's back there too. Well, he would get a 200% bonus, so it'd be like he was at 300% charge if he had his MP. So that's how MP chain bonuses work. So you can when you have situations like this where you want to use multiple MPs in a turn, you can figure out which one benefits more from being later in the line. Tamamo is one that's, if you have Tamamo caster, she's one that's got a really nice overcharge effect, because she charges the entire party's MP gauge. And at base it's 25%, but at 200% charge it's 31.25%. So effectively 31%. So she gives everyone MP charge. So a common thing to do if you have her MP ready in arts teams is to put her last and give her a stage or two of overcharge. So she'll help everyone loot. So in this case, we put her second, because her overcharge would just provide even more battery back to her. Whereas Heracles' MP will increase the amount of the defense debuff he impacts on the enemy when hitting them. Which is also a good effect, to be fair. See, and then you put an arts card behind her, and then if this creature survived all of this, which they're not going to, then she'd get quite a bit of MP gain back. Especially if she somehow crit, but it's only 10% crit, so it's not happening. Now, Heracles' MP is actually not quite as, like, just his base buster cards with the buster card bonus can approach MP1 level damage is amusingly enough. And then his extra attack is insane, because extra attacks do like, they get some absurd attack bonus to them, especially if it's 3 of a kind, if it's a brave chain of a particular art type, card type rather. Here we go, needing a saber again. Alright, this fight. It would be very lovely to have Tori as MP, but if I lead off with his arts, we should stand a decent chance of let's see what we can do. 1%. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this. This happens maddeningly often, where you will be at 98% instead of 99. I cry every time. Oh, now he crits. I'll say it again, I'm still very surprised Kiyohime is as bad as she is, considering I'm fairly certain she's a quite popular character, and normally they try to buff those up for people so they can have fun playing with the favorites and destroying things. But she's really rough, unfortunately. Also, we already have copies of her, multiple copies of her, I think, even on here. And we're going to get another one from completing this singularity. Because she's the reward servant for some reason. She isn't story locked though, like Kostaku is, even though he was the reward servant for Yuki. That is a mess. Let's see, I think there were 15 chapters of this, if I recall. So we have 5 more after this one. Or nice brave chain. I can't pass that, huh?
気楽に気楽に。
Yes, this is fine. Yeah. Alright, now we get the savers. Just wanted to get. Well, she has a battery. I'm silly. We could have just cleared the way. Oh well. We'll let David have this. Because he's been a good lad. David should be able to kill that one. It's just 8400 health. Ah, bugger. This is why we need his charisma, his third skill. This wouldn't happen as much. This is very much overkill, but... So in October, there's going to be an Oniland rerun. That's an interesting event. Now, did I mention this yesterday? It's difficult for me to remember things that I've mentioned on stream and things I said to Spinal. Since it's all so bloody fresh. Okay, is this the big fight against the dragon? Oops, spoiler. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because there are 2 5 stars available on that during that event. Shooting Dorji, Assassin, AoE Art Assassin. She's pretty strong. She has a lot of debuffs. She really debuffs the enemy quite a bit. And they keep buffing her and making her even better and better. So she's actually quite strong at this point in Japan. She's got her nice battery, she's got an upgraded MP, so she can actually hit pretty nicely. I think she's got her upgraded MP in NA now. Recently. Now, her MP does not have. It's only like one hit, I think, 1 or 2 hits. Let me see. Shooting dirty. Yeah, it's just 1 hit, so it does not, unfortunately, get very much a refund. So it's she's not one of the classic art loopy types. But she's still quite good. And again, she provides, she debuffs the, she really debuffs the daylight out of enemies. Guess we'll do this. Oh, wasn't even needed. That you all thought I was joking when I said that you're mostly just going to be fighting wyverns in this singularity. Alright, kids. Here's the tricky part, because the way this is lined up, theoretically Heracles could one-shot one of these, and then her MP could kill one, and then Heracles. But I would like her MP to kill that one. So I'm just going to have to do this and deal with having to take an extra turn. Oh, the horror. He wasn't going to one-shot anyway. Feels bad. That crit would have done a lot of damage to David, even though it's not counterclassing. So, if you needed another example of how handy that one-hit evade is, there you go. Now, I've been sort of just using his willy-nilly just against these little cannon fodder mob of enemies. But in boss fights, it's very handy when the enemy is getting their MP and you can make your entire team safe from it. That's invaluable. Because at least early on, you're generally not going to find enemies that have sure hit or pierce in bomb. I'm really not remembering these fights very well. Just looking at that one like, what are you? Probably just more cannon fodder soldier. Signs point to maybe. Ooh, 80% crit. Or did I want to do this? Heracles probably won't kill with him quick, maybe. Never mind. He's level 70, remember? Silly me.
気楽に気楽に。
いいですね。
とう。
まだまだ。
See, she would have overcharged quite a bit there if she was MP2, but she's only spooked me the once, which is fine if an AoE, if a non-limited AoE Buster 5-star Saber is going to spook me. I want to be bloody Mordred. She's the one that I want. So I'd actually be annoyed if I got an MP2 of Latoria, because then it's like, well, I've already put so much work into 10-10-10ing you. Now I'll need at least the same amount of copies of Mordred to make up for it, which is not a guarantee in the gacha. Especially, at least when you don't have the ability to just throw your wallet at it.
これはいいですね。束ねる星の息吹、輝ける命の本流、生けるがいい。エクスカリバー。
ま、こんなもんか。
I believe I neglected to finish my conversation about big supports. So, Maryland banner this year, so new accounts could maybe take a crack at that here in 2 events from now. Or if you like more of the quick side of, if you like more quick servants, or just happen to be getting them from your little beginner gacha pools. Maybe you like a Scotty, who will be available. Now you have quite a while to save for her, because it's going to be at the end of the year, in like late November is when her banner should come back. And after that, she's, for the foreseeable future, only going to be available on GSSR. So our New Year's and on anniversaries will be your only chance of getting her then. And good luck with that. I guess we're going back to Notoria's getting a workout. So if you have a mind to go for, do be mindful that that's your last shot at her. For the most part. Also, despite... So, the big buzz about her is the whole Double Scotty system, where you just 3-turn loop, but with Dante's Berserker Lancelot, or the like. But there's more to it than just that. She's a fine... quick, like she just helps quick units in general, so it's perfectly fine to actually not 3-turn a node. I know it's surprising, but you like it. You like a quick unit. You can juice them up, make them stronger with it. Works perfectly fine. You don't have to be the most broken thing in existence all the bloody time. It's perfectly fine. So yeah. Some people hype her up so much as that it almost seems like, oh, if you can't do that, don't even try. But she's going to be helpful for your odds units, regardless of if you can do the nonsense stuff with it. Plus, while those two are like the premier, there's still Parvati, for example, who is not difficult to get. She can spook you at any time. She's a 4-star AoE Arts Lancer, who already has pretty good MP gain on her own, that she can just make even better. So you can ticket her. She has raid ups fairly often. As well. Atalanta, you can actually start with... Actually, Atalanta and Parvati both can be potential starter summons now, I think. I know Atalanta is, but I'm pretty sure Pravati is as well. So you could theoretically start with both of them if you get lucky. What are we doing here?
そうだ
Okay. Or that crit though. Shame it went into the void for you, mate.
お任せよ
You just hate to see it. That pity 100 health for David to take out. That was kind. Why are there only 2 in this wave when we've been getting 3 waves? Whatever.
気楽に気楽に
The mind of DW as they design these first 3 or so singularities is definitely an enigma. The funny thing is, because of the quick looping and stuff, they actually started more recently to having unusual wave compositions, just to throw a monkey wrench into those big hyper meta loop comps. Of course, then they came out with Castor Artori and kind of blew that away again, so oops.
政権解放
If you want an idea of how good she is,
決着をつけましょうお任せ
besides Art's team's already looping the MP like their hair's on fire even before she came out. Well, she just made that even worse and provided even more damage to them. And Art, she's got a very similar kit to Marilyn, who's already one of these, the most broken support in the game. Even though people super hyped up the double Scotty system, Maryland's still the king when it comes to just nonsense. And now she's Arts Maryland, that's possibly even more broken than he is. So that's funny. We call that funny. So far, she's the only, her banner's the only one that I've really keyed in on next year, funnily enough. It's kind of a boon she turned out as good as she is, because I was planning on rolling for as soon as she was revealed, before her kit was even revealed. So that was a pleasant surprise. I've not been paying the least bit of attention. Hopefully we've been getting some Yggdrasil seed drops, because David needs them, Ushi needs some, even for Ascension I think,
非効率的
which is frustrating. Speaking of Ushi, we got her to bond level 2 off stream, because I did some just tinkering around minor grinding. I didn't progress story or anything, but I imagine you wouldn't want to watch me do daily quests over and over, so that kind of thing I'll attempt to stick mostly off stream when I do it. She hit bond level 2 while we were doing that, which means her interlude's available for her Noble Phantasm upgrade, and she's going to start hitting like a truck after that. So the recommended level is 40 for you to do it, but I think we could actually do it. We may take a swing at that after we finish Orleans, actually. It'd be really nice if we could get another copy of an MP2, because again, the biggest jump in MP efficacy or effectiveness is between MP1 and 2. In fact, with the way the math works out, of the way that they do, the way they change the scaling, for an upgraded MP. An MP2 of an MP that's upgraded has the same multiplier, pure damage multiplier, as MP5 non-upgraded does. So that's pretty nice. Just a cool 16,000 damage. Alright. Okay. If I click properly, we can actually proceed. I think this mana burst is like a 30% buster out for one turn. No, it's 50%. Never mind. Now she's bond 3 even. When it comes to things to interludes and strengthens that bond can unlock, the highest requirement there's some Seeds of Yggdrasil. Once you get to bond 5, you're safe in that regard. Anything past there's nothing locked past there except just bonus rewards for getting those. So for 1 to 3 star units, it's fruits. So bronze and silver and gold apples. And then for 4 and 5 star units, it's Saint Quartz. Actually, 3 star I think jumps up to start giving a Saint Quartz or 2. But when it gets really like bond 7 and 8, I think. I actually can't quite recall. But 4 stars at the very least. Like at bond 6 they'll give 1 Saint Quartz. Bond 7 they give 2. Bond 8, they get 3. Bond, you get the idea. And then 4 stars already start with 2 as opposed to 1 at bond 6. Incidentally, here, Toast with Wine, this is, as far as I'm aware, the best free quest to farm Yggdrasil seeds at. And I will remind you that we will need a bunch of them. Now here is the big march where soon we finally fight our first big dragon. And you'll be introduced to this like super large enemy. Before that though, let's go ahead and do a summon or 2. If we can, for kicks and giggles. We can't do this, but we have FP summons. Come on, give us something nice. Yeah, you win some, you lose some. Interesting. I lean more towards doing this because I can NP literally anytime I want with the Reshkagon. Don't have to worry about card RNG. Here's an introduction to waves that have more than 3 members. So this is pretty much like 2 waves in one, and the second wave is going to be identical. It's just a way to simulate non-stop ever-flowing enemies story-wise, which is fine. Nothing wrong with it. Never-ending hordes of enemies. So it behaves just like one of our units got whacked. One of our backline units would hop in, kind of like they did. Oh, I thought the second wave had 6 as well. It may be one of the later fights in this node. Oh well. Oh, Nita Chris is paying us a visit. So the rest girls MP has some cute little Easter eggs in it, where occasionally Nidacris can pop up here on the top left, or Gramps, King Hassan, can pop up on the right, or both can pop up at the same time. Sometimes. And sometimes neither pop up. It's just a neat little background Easter egg, because they're all affiliated with death and the underworld and all that. And Edgar AOE. It's very unlikely that we didn't get any Artoria cards. But she'll get her arts now, which is good. And we have an MP available. Oh, also, when I'm explaining a servant to people, just in case there's any confusion. I mentioned those skills, and I give particular numbers or metrics for the skills. Those are based off rank 10, so when you get it fully upgraded. Not base levels, just in case anyone was confused. So you might get lured into a false sense of security. Oh wow, 16 dragon fangs. So you look at how many one servant that uses dragon fangs need for just one of their 3 skills. Then you cry. You cry a lot. Is this the fight against the dragon? Because if it is, I want to. Guess we'll find out. Let's take Artoria for example. She needs 18 of them just to ascend her second ascension. One skill takes 36 of them on top of that. And reminder, she has 3 skills, all of which you'll want to level. Because 4 and 5 star units generally aren't like the 1 to 3 stars where depending on the units you can get by with only leveling 1 or 2 of their skills. Because those are the only ones that are actually important. Now we have a wave that's a battle that's more than 3 waves. Ooh, we're getting daring. That stays quite rare of a thing that they do, though, from what I can remember. I don't think they really fiddle with more than 3 waves all that often. Now there'll be 2 waves, and then boss fights that are just 1 wave, which is the boss, and maybe a couple ads. But more than 3 waves, I feel like isn't something they do that often. But my memory may be foggy, so don't hold me to that. Actually, let's do this, just for maximum MP gain for Shiki. That being said, her battery already has it covered. Now we have plenty of waves to get what she needed. Alright, just a wave of skip. Did I? Oops. Oh well, we didn't need it. Come on, you got 70%, mate. I believe you can crit. I believe in you. Oh dear. David, why? I forgot Adelanto was even here. And here is the third tier of wyverns, wyvern eagles. These are stronger than the red ones, even though these have less health, because this is a boss battle. So they crit even more than usual. Have higher attack as well. And they're the gold variants. So the green wyverns are the bronze variant, the red ones are silver variant, and then these are obviously the gold ones. Which generally means they have higher drop rates as well, because a high level enemy in both rarity and actual level typically have better drop rates than the lower ones. To an extent. Now in practice, whether that works out properly is another story. No, I'm not going to get class advantage, but that's fine. He is very near. And a crit. And as you can see, instead of hitting twice, these little buggers have 3 actions per turn. It's actually good that he did that. Also, just one turn, level 70 Heracles, and got him nearly the half health. If he was actually not a weak, sort of nerfed version of this, just because this is a boss fight, he would have done even more damage. There you go. Smile a wee bit. Classic MPBB Heracles Brave Chain. You'll see this a lot if you solo with Heracles a lot. Very close to another master level. Those are some lovely drops. We need all of that, just all of it. And there, at the end of here, is where we fight the dragon, yeah, because there's some of those scales. The dragon reverse scale is a gold enhancement material. And early on, gold mats are going to be pretty nightmarish for you. But just like when it comes to... That's not what I wanted to go to. Just like pieces versus monuments. Early on, the monuments are going to be really rough for you, but you're going to get pieces at a moderately okay pace. But once your account gets established, now you're going to be running out of these buggers, and then these are going to be fine. And actual upgrade mats are similar. You will never have enough bronze mats, especially these 4. The Hero Proofs, Evil Bones, Dragon Fangs, and Void's Dust. These, just too many servants need... It's not even that too many servants need them. It's that they need so bloody many. It's nightmarish. I really wish, I and a lot of other people wish they would do something about that, but unfortunately it's not to be at the moment. And then silver mats generally aren't as bad once you get to areas that drop them fairly frequently, which is about, we'll say, midway through Arc 1. Because, just like gold mats, the servants just aren't used at them in anywhere near the amount of numbers that they use bronze mats. So you'll eventually start getting more of them than you need, which is good. And then gold mats even to an a greater extent. Like, we already have 5 of these somehow. I don't even remember getting them, but we've got them. These are important as well because Tamacat needs quite a few of them, and if you're like me, is the only time that she has not been in my starter roles on an account or an alt has been my JP alt, and that's because I re-rolled that account. So re-rolling is you start an account, you play through it until you get your tutorial role. Then you do said role. If you like the results, good on you, you just keep going with it. However, if you're not very fond of the results, then you on the phone apparently you can just like clear your cache or whatever, and it'll clear your data, and then you can just go back into the app and start over. But on emulator here, I have to completely delete the entire thing from, not the emulator, but FGO from my hard drive, and completely re-download it, which takes all of like 2 minutes, and then go back in that way each time I wanted to re-roll, which is a bit of a pain in the rear, but until you get one that has rolls you like. Of course, there's no real need to do that unless you're just super anal about being very meta thing. Like, sure, the common reroll is for Heracles, hence what I did on my JP account, just to have a decent start. But especially after this update to the starter servants in the pool that you can get, they're all quite useful at this point. Like, they removed Dion from it, for example. Dion was one of the ones where, because St. George pretty much plays Dion's role as a sort of a tank taunter already, and is a lot more cost efficient because George is a 2-star as opposed to 4-star, and provides just as much, if not more, value. So they took roles like that out of the starting pool. And then other ones that at one point in time may have been kind of meh, or at least people thought of them as meh, like Marie Antoinette, Saint Martha, have been buffed so much over the years that now they're actually really strong units. Both of them are. And they're still in the pool now. Okay. Okay, it's a 3-wave. These had low health, so we'll just do this number. Looking forward to seeing what your starter role ends up being, Spinal. What kind of critters you can get. Speaking of Dion, it's kind of unlucky since Saber can is arched Lancer, but oh well.
いい度胸ね。
Sometimes them's the breaks. We'll go ahead and give her an attack up so she gets multiplicative damage from her Buster up combined with the attack up. And we're going to give her a Brave Chain because she's going to kill
正解まで突きびしく固く縛るわ。
Vlad nicer. Also, don't forget to send the friend request. You have both my main and this account, right?
これが私の空気がいるからだ。
And also let me know about banners and the like, how you want to. Oh, she almost one-shot Dion with barely any buffs.
私にかかればこんなものよ。まあ、マスターの指示が良かったっていうのもあるけどね。
There's another master level. So far, I hope I'm not jinxing this, but if you'll notice, the screen hasn't went black for a very long while. So I guess the secret is just to bloody minimize OBS and just not even have it pulled up. But it's weird, I have it pulled up when I play other stuff, and it hasn't done this that I know of. Very, very odd. Need some nice AoE berserkers up in here. Oh, that's I think I already commented on that being amusing considering who the big bad of this particular. You know what? I want to play with Australia because she's insane. Like, her only weakness, she's so insane, like her only weakness is bosses that can spam their NP really quickly, because that's the only thing she doesn't have is a way to survive repeated NPs. Because she has fairly high health and she resists damage from most everything in the game except for like berserkers. And Avengers. But like quick evade, or if you're doing Atlas would work well with it because of the her skill cooldowns are already absurdly low. Seriously, 554. That's insane. This is an MP battery as well with a 410 cooldown. Come now. And they're going to give her an MP buff here next year. I think it's next year. Should be next year. Which is insane. What is it even adds an effect to her MP. Yeah, it makes her ignore invulnerability. So like she just can't be stopped. Look at this, just hey, you want 30 crit stars? Sure, I'll take 30 quick stars. She's spookable, by the way. She's not limited, she's not story locked. She can pop up at any time. It's lovely. We get an SR ticket, you can grab her. It's beautiful. She gets bonus damage against evil, which is a bigger pool of enemies than any one class has advantage over. So even though she's a ruler, which normally only has class advantage against moon cancers. She has advantage over any evil enemy. And she's arts, so she can loop her MP, which is insane. She's what I think the kids refer to as a beast. Well, not a beast in Fate lore, but, you know, a beast. There was a nice 28,000 damage crit on a Buster. Just out of the blue, randomly. For kicks and giggles. Alright, Sanson. See, yeah, strength up versus evil as well. But how long does it even last? Two turns. So what are you doing with your life, mate? That buff does nothing to my team because all three of them are good. She would have already had these two skills back if I had Atlas. Atlas is the first bonus craft since I will unlock, since there's no real need for a combat suit until we get some actual supports going. Alright, he's going to resist that. Get out of here, Sanson. No one likes you. Except Green. She's been hit, what, 3 times? Look at the damage. It's abysmal, isn't it? Just I think we want to make 30 more crit stars. What do you think? Now team her up with Tamamar, because Tamamar lowers skill cooldowns every time she NPs as well. And they both have plenty of arts cards. Speaking of, just oh look, she's full health. How'd that happen? Wow. So what I would normally do is I would Buster, crit, then MP, then Arts crit, but we want to show her MP off, so we'll do this. That's what you would do for damage. Otherwise you could like MP or do what I did. I think is the best gain you can get off of that. I think would be having the Buster be in the middle. Purely off of her own buffs, neutral damage. Well, kind of neutral damage because that's evil. Never mind. It's not really neutral after all. It's counterclass. She's just a wee bit of a good unit, is what I'm getting at. I really liked Ruler Martha as well. I thought her last raid up has already passed us, but I think she got a banner in Japan recently, but it could be me misremembering. She's a Buster damage DPS ruler, whereas Astraea is ours. She's not as good as Astraea, but she's still really good. She also gets bonus damage against like evil and the like. I think. Hold on. Martha Ruda. She gets demon, divine, or undead. Yeah, so it's not evil per se, but it's more species stuff. So demon, divine, or undead. That is a massive amount of enemies that she like counters. She has debuff immunity. She has a 30% MP battery. Stria's is only 20%. Of course, if she, that's already really bloody good. But like, she doesn't need any more than that. She's already bloody broken. So yeah, both of them are quite good units. Martha's just, or Stria rather, is just absolutely insane. I'm hoping we get spooked by a particular 5-star CE that actually works pretty well with David, called, or what is it? It's golden something, isn't it? Golden. No, that's not it. Or high. Volumen Hydrargium, which gives yourself 3 hits of invulnerability, as well as permanent damage cut of 500 of 200, 500 in MLB, but 1 copy's fine. Why that's so good is the 3 stacks of invuln, which last until they're eaten up, stacks with David's evade. So I think you know where this is going. So basically they have to hit him 4 times before they can actually start to damage him. And by then, if you've got this stack, this skill maxed out, he's probably got it back up, so he can add another evade. It's a very good CE to slap on him to keep him sticking around, so he can just keep supporting your team with his charisma and with his slide heal and evade. Now, along those same lines, if you'll recall, Lon Ling has a skill that gives himself 2 hit invulnerability, and as he is generally a support as well. There is another craft essence. Both these are 5-star craft essences. Basking Under the Sunlight, which gives you 3 hits of evasion and reduces damage taken permanently by 300 as well. That works well with him because, again, the evades have to be eaten up before you can start actually damaging him. So you can do a little bit of trolling on the enemies with that if you've gotten a copy of either of those 2. And honestly, they seem to spook fairly often, funnily enough, so there's a good chance you'll get a copy of them eventually. So that's Volume and Hydrargium for David, and Basking in the Sunlight, or Basking Under the Sunlight are their names. Actually, it just occurred to me, I can post links in the chat. There you go. Yeah, there's basking under the sunlight. So you can see what they look like. And there's a Volumen, a Gerardium. I suppose I should do that when I start talking about a servant as well. Okay, now we're to Carmilla. Okay, she's got a nice brave chain going here. Okay, we're starting to get some level of skill gems. Skill gems are pretty rough because depending on the rarity of a servant. Okay, so 3-star servants will need 10. I think it's 10 of each skill gem per skill. So 10 blue ones, 10 red ones, 10 gold ones per each skill. 4-star servants need 14 of each per skill. And then 5-star servants need 17 per skill. So yeah, skill gems are rough. They're even rougher than... well, their drop rates are a lot better than pieces and monuments. Monuments and pieces are the same, by the way. Whereas, so to fully ascend a 3-star servant, you'll need 10 pieces and 10 monuments of whatever class they are. Extra classes work a bit differently. And then 4 stars, 14 of each, and then 5 stars, 17 of each. But again, it's just the one-time payment per servant in that case, instead of 3 times for the skill gems. If you want to 10 them. Now this. Alright. So they give you the guest servant Siegfried, and that's for a reason. This is it's time to kill a big boy. Right, there's Long Ling, if you recall his skill here. 2 hits invincible. Now that is for 3 turns, but especially if he's soloing, that can be really sticky for an enemy to try to burn through. Meet Fafnir. Yeah, they force us to fight some more of the cannon fodder wyverns before getting down to business. I don't want to do this. I don't think there's really a way for me to one turn it, so I'll just do this. Get us some MP game. Ouch. That's enough of that. Okay, we have an MP available. We are yeah, that's more like the level those buggers are at. And no Shiki cards. Oh dear. I wonder if David can actually kill one of these buggers. There's no way we're taking that bugger down unless, yeah, there's no way. So we'll attempt to take one of these down instead. Barely. See, this is where they become an issue when they start spamming crits. See, it doesn't take long for them to get down a berserker with their little fiendish crits. So if you'll notice, what I have a habit of doing when it comes to crit star counts is always start with the lower percentage. Well, depending on if you want particular card orders, of course. If like you need to start with an arts card because you want some MP gain. But the reason is because the further a card gets in the chain, the more it does more damage. So you want your best chance of a crit, which is already going to do more damage, to get the highest damage boost. I feel like it's a fairly intuitive thing, but just in case, that's the explanation. So here's a first super large boss. Unlike regular enemies, these buggers, basic attacks hit in an AoE, so they will hit the entire party every time. Now, there are exceptions to this. Some super large enemies, or super giant enemies, whatever you want to call them, will hit singularly and then crit in an AoE, or vice versa. Those are much rarer than the ones that just normal attacks AoE and crits or AoE, but it is something to be aware of. However, he's not going to have a chance to. Why did I do that? Why did I? This is what we call not thinking and just clicking buttons at random. Oh well. He's not going to have a chance to act, but that's what he would have done. And they can be very dangerous, they can be very rough, and David can help a wee bit with that because he will at least get rid of one of the attacks. So that's one of the big fights that hurts a lot of early accounts in Day 1 FGO, where they didn't have a good assassin ready to go, and they were having to rely on like a berserker or something, because you can't really protect your berserker when all the hits are AoE. Even taunt walls don't help, because taunts only work in single target situations. Nice Dragon Fang, more of these reverse dragon scales. And we're just about clear with Orleans. I think we have 2 chapters left. Yeah, let's get us more Saint Courts. Lovely. More of those. I feel like Arturia and Mordred are the ones that typically are the ones that use. Those. Kiyohime needs them, but unless you absolutely adore her, you should probably not even bother wasting materials on it. Yeah, it looks like every Artoria needs some of them. Summer Mordred needed 4 of them, but regular Mordred... regular Mordred needs them too. So, Artoria faces are one of the common... That's one of the common materials for those. Of course, Mash needs 5 per skill as well. So that's a bit hit or miss. Alright, Kiyohime. I keep talking trash about Kiyohime. I will attempt to explain the issue with her. If you like. Bugger. I love it. I think that copy's pasted. So here is Kiyohime. So yeah, isn't that easier where you can actually look and read the things as I'm telling them to you. First off, let's go ahead and do this nonsense. So she's an AoE Buster Berserker. Who has very low attack even for a 3-star. And a Berserker's entire purpose is to do all of the damage. And she struggles with doing all of the damage. Not only that, but her Noble Phantasm is unupgraded, so it already hits like a bloody noodle. It doesn't have any extra effects worth a darn. There's a 50% chance for a 1-turn stun. Now that's fine. Of course, it's not very reliable because it's a coin flip, and if you're like me, well, you already know how those are going to go. And her skills are dreadful. She has a 3-turn defense up, so that makes her a little tankier. Most of her stats very weighted towards HP, which is fairly wasted on her because again, she's a Berserker and she's already taking bonus damage from everything. And she's a 3-star, so her HP is not going to be that impressive anyway. Now that skill does get an upgrade. I don't know if it's in NA yet, but it's not much of one. It adds Spread of Fire status, which basically it doubles the burn damage enemies take. And her MP also gives a 10 turns burn to all the enemies it hits. All that means is they're going to take 1,000 damage, tick damage per turn instead of 500, which when bosses have like 400,000 or 500,000 HP, or even regular mobs have like 40-50k, depending. That's not very impressive, is it? A second skill is infuriating because it lowers an enemy's defense for 3 turns, but it buffs their attack for 3 turns as a demerit. Why? They're already going to just wreck her. That it's absolutely insane that they did that. Just a dreadful design decision. Holy cow. What were they actually thinking? And then a third skill removes her debuffs. So that's good, she removes her own debuffs. It's a shame everything else in her kit's dreadful, and it's a 1-turn buster up. So her third skill is her only halfway decent skill, basically. It's like the only part of her kit that's okay, that could work on a servant that actually wasn't garbage. So yeah, they did the poor lass pretty dirty on the design floor. Now contrast that with Spartacus, who has an even lower team cost because he's a 1-star. Also AoE buster, but he also has a lot of survival because he just keeps healing himself. He's got a guts. So, you know, he's going to actually stick longer than she will, at least. And he's got an upgraded NP, so he's actually going to do, you know, damage. Also, her skill materials requirements are dreadful as well. It's just all around horrid. Like, she needs a bunch of bones, she needs a bunch of dragon fangs, she needs Yggdrasil seeds at the wazoo, she needs ghost lanterns. We'll get to those eventually, trust me. And she needs reverse dragon scales. Like, I don't think there's a single Artoria phase 7 that's worse than she is, or anywhere near as bad as she is. So they all deserve those dragon scales a lot more than she does. And then they finally give her a skill buff, and all it does is increase the burn damage on her MP. It's like, really now? That's pretty laughable. So, yeah. It's unfortunate, but she's in a very bad way. And it would take them a long time to fix her. They would basically have to buff her 3 more times. They would have to give her up. They would have to give her an MP interlude. So that would help, give her an upgraded MP. They would have to buff and completely change her second skill. Like, completely change, just rework it from the ground up, make it something completely different. They have done stuff like that before. Give it a completely different name and just completely different effects. And then their third skill, which is our only skill that's, you know, that's fine. Buff that one too. My goodness. I'd say give another buff to her first skill, but I don't think they buffed a single skill more than once before. But if there's a time to do it, wow. Now, there's probably no way. Well, yeah, I think we can one turn this way. Easy as, never in doubt. I quite literally never in doubt. Talk about overthinking things. Still amuses me that I ended up with Ishtar. Not even Ishtar, but MP2 Ishtar. Just randomly, because I was like, you know, I have Atalanta, but I could use a harder hitting AoE archer. And then TW is like, here's a random Ishtar interlude that JP didn't, or not interlude, but raid up that JP didn't get. This for the American Thanksgiving or something like that, I don't know. And so I was like, you know what? I was done rolling for the year. I'd already, all the banners that I had planned on rolling for had already passed. So I was like, let's just throw some. Let's just see what happens. The predominant reason, it was more of a, hey, if she happened to drop, well, that's lovely, because I can again use a nice AoE archer. But what I was really in for was the Starry Nights craft essence, because it was on raid up with this little puppy here. Here's another really good starting 50% C all attack craft essence for Buster, and specifically for Buster and Crit. And Crit Buster units are really bloody strong, because it was really annoying for me that I rolled for Eresh, and this was the 5-star craft essence on raid up with it. And I got Eresh, but I only got 3 copies of Starry Nights. So it was frustrating. But then they brought the banner with Ishtar back, and it was rated up with her. So I was like, so the funny thing is, so the craft essence was my main target, and I got exactly 2 copies of it, but I also got MP2 of Ishtar, funnily enough. It's kind of amusing how that worked out. So if my luck holds out and I actually get a starter like I'm going to roll for in October, I will have all of the Rin faces in the game, which is very funny because I'm not one of the people that are obsessed with Rin or anything like that. Like the other one, I actually like, oh, I really like a rescue home. That's the extent of it. Yeah, I've just happened to end up with all of them if a starter comes. It's just sometimes it's weird how life works. I'm sure people that are like die-hard Ren stuns will could get annoyed with that. It's like, this person's indifferent to Ren. What the hell? That's no fair. I dropped 1,000 Saint Quartz and she didn't come. Which unfortunately happens to people. It's a shame. It would be really lovely if they added a pity system into the gacha. Be quite helpful. And it would actually probably make them more money in the long run, because if someone rolled and got and they're like, oh, I didn't get what I wanted, but they were very close to the pity, well, maybe they'd be like, you know what, it cost me $20. Here's $20 because that's what I need to get to the pity system that they may not have spent before. Now, to extrapolate that over the massive player base, and that's a lot. That's quite a bit more money than you were already pulling in for adding a pity system. So it didn't cost you anything, and opened up more wallets that may have stayed closed otherwise. Who knows? Maybe on 6th anniversary here next month. But as usual, don't hold your breath about things. That and adding a story replay would be very lovely. Those are, I think, the absolute biggest changes they could do to really help the game. Because, as far as I'm aware, pretty much all of the other major gacha games have both of those things already. But those games are all newer, because FGO's fairly old by gacha game standards at this point. So they're a bit dinosaurish when it comes to updating certain things. So how did these wyverns get inside this castle? I think that's the biggest question about this particular fight. How did you buggers get in here? I can just picture them in my head squeezing, trying to punch down, squeeze through a little window, a little castle window. It's pretty amusing actually.
なんだよやれやれ
Ron Ling's actually getting an interlude later this year, but unfortunately, well, he doesn't need any buffs to be fair. But it's purely a story and Saint Court's given interlude. I believe. This is where we fight all crazy, are you? Galay. Caster Galay. Or has I been wrong before?
効率的だな。いけるかな。
He's the story lock that's unlocked after clearing the singularity, which is very sad, but I'm actually going to be annoyed if we start getting copies of him and not Kostaku after clearing this. It's going to be very frustrating. But then we have Nitocris anyway. Of course, I'm holding off on actually assuming her and stuff because, again, gold units are bloody expensive. Although, I suppose we could. She could be our one gold unit, besides Heracles to level here at the beginning. Wouldn't be too bad. Plus, since this event's going on and all the daily quests are half AP cost, all it takes is a bit of time grinding to recoup the mats. That being said, even doing that, you're not going to get her skills up very high because most of her medium and then late skill level ranks, and even ascending her, are locked behind ascension mats that are only available, well, in events or in the singularity where she was introduced, which is a long way away from here, unfortunately. So it's going to be a while before we can actually even fully level her up, even if we add the monuments and pieces needed. Well, Mordred, we didn't get you any MP gain at all, I'm sorry. Well, it's not really our fault if you look at what she's ended up with here. Bugger. The only MP gain she's had was, what, one quick card? Nonsense. Who needs it though? If I gave her the attack up, she would have just one-turned him without a buster card. That's hilarious. It's alright. Here's another question. Would this tidal wave come from in a castle? She just summons the ocean all of a sudden. I need to put Maid Altar on my support list just for a moment so you can see her MP in action, because it's glorious. Where she's riding a motorcycle on top of the ocean and then pulls out a bloody sniper rifle. It's absolutely glorious. Speaking of insulting buffs, the buff that they gave her was laughable. course, she's perfectly fine unit. She does damage. That's what she does. That's all she does. She actually hits pretty hard, even though her MP's not upgraded. You know what? I'm actually going to. Where's my main? Just give me just a moment to log in here on my main and update to my. I'll slaughter in whole, I guess. Yeah, I currently have waiver and all, so this is an easy spot. If I can find her. Oh, there she is. I wouldn't mind getting on a random GS I saw, getting a second copy of her, because I quite like her. I really like Saber Alter for whatever reason. Which is kind of funny that I got Mysterious Heroine X Alter as well. I guess she likes me back. That's rare. That's unheard of for me. What was I looking for again? Oh, right. Starting MP, Quick C, the only one I've had available to this point. Okay. So, meet Maid Alter. She's got an interesting kind of inverse charisma, because normally, like Ushi for example, her charisma, after an upgrade, will increase the attack for the entire party, and then increase her own quick card effectiveness. But in this case, it's an inverse, where the attack is only on herself, but then she increases everyone's quick cards. Yeah, her second skill's the one that's a bit meh. Well, it gets an upgrade that's a buff that's really weird. Practically useless. She's actually getting it like tomorrow. I think it is. Funnily enough. What does it do? Here, I'll pull it up for you. So, here's a page. You can look through her ascensions. She's got some nice ascensions. I like that she's randomly a swimsuit maid. For some reason, that's really amusing to me when contrasted to their character. So the attack up is 30%, as those things typically are, and it's a party quick up for 20%. Okay, the upgrade on the second skill adds a delayed max HP buff for 5 turns, which is weird. So it's a delayed heal, I guess, pretty much is the way it works. So it just gets rid of the, she does 1000 damage to whoever she targets with the skill and lowers their skill cooldowns by 1 and increases their star gen rate for 3 turns. But the DMAT is 1000 damage, which is nothing major. But the buff is they add that 1 turn after this, their max HP will be increased by 3000. So that's that gets rid of the DMAT and gives them an extra 2000 heal if they need it. It's very strange. And she has a 1 turn quick up, further quick up, on a really low cooldown at 3 turns. It's a 30% up instead of like a 50% up, which these things normally are. But besides that, she's fine. Her MP, one single target charge gives her 10% refund on top of the refund that she gets from the MP itself, and reduces enemies' crit attack chance for 3 turns, which, as mentioned before, is quite good, quite handy, and a very overlooked thing to do. Okay, let's see if we can get our MP in time to actually show it to you. And while we're loading into that, I'm going to put Waver back on in his spot on my support list. Okay, exit out of there. Oh yeah, this is the Shadow Servant Gauntlet. So it's unfortunate that we have an assassin. To increase her gain, we're going to open with David's art card. Martha's got some pretty nice animations now after her. I mean, who's going to argue with that? There's a sniper rifle. So I've got some good news. We've got our MP. We'll use it on the last wave, I guess. That's where the highest health will be. No crit. That's unlucky. Oh, well, this is just funny. It's just crunch munches a popsicle. It's beautiful. Also, if you've noticed, I haven't taken it all the way to rank 10 on these skills yet, because that's expensive. Eventually I will. It's just since I don't actually use it all that often, unfortunately, it's a bit difficult to justify at the moment. That being said, looky here, we lowered the cooldown a wee bit. Kicks and giggles. Alright, how about this MP? Feast your eyes on this little beauty. See, that was good damage, wasn't it? That was mostly with just our own buffs too. Well, honestly, since they're rank 6, her buffs would be even better. So yeah, that wasn't to her potential. She's also just in B1, and this craft essence, unfortunately, is all health really, which is frustrating. But that's alright, we're going to finally get a good quick CE that has starting MP in Christmas time. So really looking forward to that. So besides basically having Scotty or Osakawa Hime for quick support for the most part, both of which are 5 stars, one of which is limited for quicks. Quicks really struggle when it comes to craft essence support as well, because the big starting MP craft essence is heavily leaning towards HP instead of, so it doesn't increase your damage at all. And quick already does the least damage out of all 3 card types. Notice a ruler. What a ruler is weak to. We call this hilarious, is what we call it. So it's a mirror match. I would just do it solo, solo Gialta versus Gialta, but again, I want to get Heracles' bond up, so unfortunately, no fun until then. See, she's just big buster crit damage, and her MP hits like a truck. Her attack stat is quite high, and she just does a lot of big damage. As I said, she does a lot of big damage. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. They can also charge up their MP gauge really quickly. Do be aware of that, because their MP will typically one-shot somebody if you're not careful. But fight's over, so it's fine, we're safe. And next, you're going to be introduced to a unique boss type enemy that you're going to see quite a bit from now on, as typically the final bosses in chapters. And although they're tied to directly to the story in Arc 1, you will still see enemies that resemble them, or vaguely resemble them, even past that. Now, you know, this would actually be a brilliant time to use Maidol, to come think of it. But unfortunately, I already moved it off, and I'd rather not log back end on the account. So instead, we will we do? Actually, I'm not sure who to grab. Okay, wave is back, see? Guess we'll tinker around with Australia. So there's our first encounter. This is another super large enemy. Wait. Never mind. I got my singularities mixed up clearly. My apologies. Oh well. Rain check then. Next singularity you'll meet the bugger. Oh well. See how our MP gain is. An interesting thing is, for enemies, it's actually helpful if they have higher hit counts with their attacks, because they will charge your MP gauge as they hit you a lot faster. Whereas this laughable bloke over here hits once. What a loser. Oh, he's out of the air now. It's a bit embarrassing getting the singularities mixed up. I could have sworn that we fought one of those particular things here, and then the next singularity didn't have one, which was weird. And then and they started every... oh well. There's a first Carston monument. And just like that, we have completed Orleans. We are now the saviors of France. Not sure how I feel about that. Got some Heart of the Foreign God. That's a handy thing there. And our second Holy Grail. And copy it. And a Mana Prism. Also, we completed another extra quest, so we get 10 more Saint Courts. Come on, Kia, you man. Can't think of it. Did I? I didn't burn the copies of it we already have, did I? Oops. So next up is Septum, which is, if you know your history, that's ancient Rome. So, unfortunately, it seems to be considered possibly the worst written of the early stories, unfortunately. However, I think we can get through it, and things start picking up after there, slowly at first, and still quite shaky, but it does get better. Improvement is on the horizon. First though, we have some summons to do. Come on, give us something nice. Ah, bugger. Now unfortunately now, our story summons will be infested with Caster Galay. So now I'm wondering if perhaps we ought to roll on a different banner. Fun that, if you'll notice something, so you see how this is 9 summons until bonus. This one doesn't say that. Then this says it again. Penthesilea is a very good Buster Berserker if she can spook you sometime. She's really solid. She's got good party support. She does good damage. She's got some debuff immunity for the party. Really good unit. Of course, we already have Pericles, but they play different roles. So I didn't word that first part properly. Some people might say, "Oh, but you already have Heracles, so you already have a single target Buster Berserker." Yeah, but she provides a great deal of party support, which he doesn't do. He's just a big sponge tank, basically, that provides consistent medium damage over a certain amount of turns until his value dissipates. Which generally is long enough to get the job done. There's a reason he's so bloody good. But there are occasions where he gets knocked over. But she helps your entire team out. So it's just depends on how you want to play. I quite like Valkyrie. They can spook you. Their AoE arts are bloody. AoE quick lancers. Unfortunately, they don't have an upgraded NP. I think they'd be really solid if DW would actually give them an NP upgrade soon. Of course, one big issue with them is Parvati's in the game as also an AoE quick lancer that can spook. So, and already loops really easy, has a good kit basically. So that's a bit rough for them. I'm toying between continuing story summon or start YOLOing on one of these anniversary banners. Now we're not going to get a bonus summon from these because these only last like a day. And then they switch to a different setup over here. She's always up. But well, actually, since we wouldn't be getting a bonus summon anyway, we could just try on this one. Because there's some nice stuff here. More copies of Ushi is always good. Jaguar Warrior, a tiger. Might as well call it Tiger, because that's who she is. Actually is really solid. Unfortunately, she doesn't have an upgraded NP, but she's still quite solid damage-wise. It's just so besides unupgraded NP and her first turn cooldowns kind of absurdly long. It's way too big. Now it provides a lot of value. Don't get me wrong, but that cooldown is overkill. It's almost the level of stupidity that they use when they design Kiyohime, but not quite with that randomly asinine cooldown. It's like Mystic Art level, skill level cooldown. That's how bad it is. That being said, she's a very solid unit. It's just when people use a single target 3-star Lancer, usually it's going to be Kukulane because of just how insane he is. And Caster Gilgamesh is really good art support. Pretty sure I've explained him before. I definitely explained him to Spinal. He's one of the ones I wrote a bloody novel on in Discord. Sorry, not sorry. Gorgon is a story locked when we get to that point. 4-star Avenger. And she's gotten quite a few buffs, and she's really solid now. And then cute little Medusa Lily is a really good single target quick lancer, who is one of the better 4-star lancers in the game, especially for single target. And she's soon to get another buff. Yeah, I think in a couple days actually. Sometime this event, I'm pretty sure. A buff to her fierce skill, which is going to make her even better. And then Gramps is fairly solid. Beat stick single target buster assassin. We might actually roll on this just for kicks and giggles. We'll be completely honest, we had 5 rolls, so the odds of getting any of this is slim and none. YOLO. Still hoping for Arsico. So even though those two 3 stars on radar are here's an assassin, or I mean a berserker. Fortunately, Lubu. Now in Lubu's case, we already have Heracles, so for sure Lubu's like, okay, sorry mate, you're a bit superfluous for us. You think raid ups are rough? Wait till you see. Come on, Ku. Ah, it's Proto Ku. Bugger. I should have been more specific. We could level him. We could go with him for now. He's fine. He's just... he's not regular Ku, unfortunately. Even though lore-wise, he's the stronger version of Ku, funnily enough, apparently. He's still got protection from arrows. He's got a crit up and like does extra damage against beast enemies. The issue is, one of his biggest issues is he doesn't have an MP upgrade like regular Ku does. Regular Ku's also got recently a skill buff. And he definitely did need that. So game trolled us a wee bit there. Also notice how we've gotten 2 3 stars and neither of them are the rate. Oh, bugger all. This is a troll. This is an actual troll. So you have a chance to get a random guts trigger when the unit this is equipped to dies. So theoretically you could make a unit immortal. The trigger chance though, what is the trigger chance? The trigger chance is 50%. So you got a coin flip. Basically, it's a mana prism. That's what I'm getting at. Come on, 2 more rolls. Let's show mercy. Okay, come on, regular Kukulane, please. You know what? We'll take it, Tiger. She's precious. She amuses me. So, yeah, look at the cooldown on that fierce skill. Even in max rank, it goes to 10. That being said, it gives her a permanent 2-hit evade, or 2 hits of evade that don't expire after a certain amount of turns. They have to be taken up. Gains a lot of crit stars. She juices her buster up and her mental debuff up for 3 turns each. So it's a very good skill. It's just that cooldown. Why? Then this Jaguar kick is a 2 turns attack up on a 5-turn cooldown eventually. And then this one, well, just I almost forgot to do this. Here she is. Gives a juices up her crit damage by 50%, which is always, that's a chunk, especially because her first skill generates a lot of stars. Well, it generates 15, which is the same as Artoria's star gen. And if you're in a forest battlefield, which are fairly common, she also increases her star gen and star absorption, all for 3 turns. And that's on a 6-turn cooldown. She also has sure hit, so on her MP, so her enemies can't spam evade against her. So yeah, she's not got a bad kit at all. It's just regular coup is so insane. Wow. But back on raid ups, when it comes to 3 stars and the like. Normally I wouldn't do this, burn him, but at the moment we really need mana prisms because we can get, this is going. We really need to take a crack at getting coup and Asuka as quickly as we can. Yeah, I thought I'd neglected to burn her earlier. We'll get rid of Jin K as well, and this, because I don't really care for Barbage, frankly. And I only do this because we already have Robin and David as Archer that we have to level. Alright, get rid of that for sure. Okay. So if we could squeeze out 3 more mana prisms, we can get our last 2 summon tickets from this month. Alright, craft essences. Easy as. I'll go ahead and get rid of that nonsense. It's an actual joke. Now, people have used it for the memes before, just for kicks and giggles. But yeah, it's dreadful. Alright. Just cross your fingers that these last 2 summons will go well for us. Should knew what I did that caused me to be unable to speak today. Okay, come on, coup. Ah, bugger. I get this craft essence quite a bit, but I always... Okay, it's just a star gather. So, more mana prisms, basically. Alright. Well, no luck this go, unfortunately. But we still have a couple of days of logins because, again, I'm planning on stopping these beginner rolls. Well, my current plan is stopping these beginner rolls after we hit day 7 and we get a little chunk of 10 summon tickets, as well as another chunk of SQ. And then saving up for figuring out what banner this account's going to roll on. One option is actually, and I brought this up earlier and I unfortunately got derailed. My train of thought left the station, unfortunately. The wrong station, rather. And I was unable to, and I didn't complete my thoughts. So, only lands. Which is Halloween events. Oh, I'm attempting to find. There it is. I wonder why that wasn't popping out. I'll go and slap it on the summoning campaign. There we go. Clicking on that page should take you directly to the event and its banner. So there are 2 5 stars that you can pick from and 2 4 stars that you can pick from that are available in that banner. So both of the 5 stars are really solid picks. So you've got Shooting Darji, there's an AoE Arts Assassin who gives a ton of debuffs. I talked about it a little earlier, so I won't go into super detail. That they also keep buffing up, and she just keeps getting more and more stat as time goes on. And then the other one is Sitonai, who's a single target arts alter ego. And I've already spoken why I quite like alter egos, because now sure, they're not going to win a damage contest against proper counterclassing. However, it's not always the easiest thing to do to counterclass, because in particularly cavalry classes have a lot of situations where they have mixed nodes, where you'll have a rider with a caster, or even all 3 of them together. Where it's like, okay, so how do you counterclass that besides throwing a berserker out there? But then a berserker's going to take double damage back. That's where an alter ego comes in. And I feel like, especially on a new account, getting 1 unit that you can throw into and counter 3 classes, even if it's a partial counter, because they still get damage resist as well. So it's certainly not a berserker issue where, oh, if a stray crit hits you, well, there goes your unit. Now what are you gonna do? So I'm not one of the ones that have a lower opinion of alter egos. I think they're perfectly fine and can be really helpful, especially to new accounts or accounts that haven't gotten a decent amount of luck in getting a variety of different servant classes, because again, they can be a cavalry buster until you can get something that can counterclass. And she's very solid. She's arts, she can set up an MP turn, then a crit turn, so she can loop her MP pretty well. Now, one of her issues is she has as you can see if you click on the link, her third skill has a chance to give her an attack up and Gen 10 crit stars every turn for 3 turns each. However, the activation chances are only go up to 80%, which, to be fair, is very much more likely than not you're going to get those. However, we happen to have a unit that is also an art support on this account that has a skill that buffs skill buff activation chances for their allies. If I can click the right thing, and that's Lon Ling. He works really well with C9 because this second skill of his, which is an MP battery of 20%, so she has a battery of 30% and he has a battery of 20%. That also will guarantee her attack and crit start, her attack up and crit and star regen will hit every time. And it turns her 30% battery into a 50% battery. Meaning if you've got one of the very many 50% starting MP craft essences, that as long as you playing your events properly, you should get them. You should get one fairly quickly. Shouldn't take you too long. Now she's already got her MP turn 1. And of course he can buff up her arts, he can provide even more attack buff. They both, their arts card, their arts cards can help them get their MP quickly, and it's just they synergize really well. So I'm kind of thinking I might roll on that banner on this account, just because if I get a copy of her, she can be quite helpful. Now, Cedardai herself is not limited. She is story locked though, which is unfortunate. However, she will be on, I mentioned earlier, class banners, class summoning banners. And we have one coming up should be next month. It's right before our lottery event starts, which is the third event away from us, if we properly follow Japan's order. So, class-based summoning campaign. This one's the one in particular I'm talking about. And if you'll notice, there's an extra banner on there. And it's actually one of the better banners to roll for, just because the pool is much smaller. In fact, there are only 3 4 stars and 3 5 stars. And then there's only 1 3 star, so you're guaranteed to get Antonio Salieri if you roll on it. and get a 3-star 7, because it's the 3-star 7 is always 100% of the time going to be in. And then you can get Gorgon, who's really strong, Hessian Lobo, who is not as strong, but you know, he's a doggo with a doggo and the Headless Horseman, so that's pretty neat, isn't it? Or Astraea, who is ungodly strong. And then for the 5 stars, with a Seton Eye, there's Jinako, who is Ganesh, and then Jean herself, who a lot of people quite like, and she's a very supportive, a defensively supportive servant that you slap her and Marsh on a team and you just stall for basically an eternity. There have been thousands of turns shenanigans going on with the stalling that those two can set up together. Should be able to find YouTube videos of it, highly edited ones, thankfully, because otherwise they'd be streams more than videos or clips. So it's a really solid banner to roll on, and really, so there's another shot for C9, and it's much better. These class-based summoning banners are much better if you're wanting story-locked servants than the story banner will ever be, because the story banner has 0 rate up, which means everything has an equal chance of popping up. So all the non-limiteds and all the story-locked stuff all has an equal chance of being what pops up. But in this case, it's all based on class, so it really cuts down the pool significantly. Now we have there's Maid Altar. Strange, so many of these people don't even have anything slotted. What is this node anyway? One thing you can do is that's very useful here. Okay, it's triple Lamia. They're fairly high health, but no worries. So these interludes have cute story scenes, often cute or funny story scenes, or sometimes even some tear-jerking ones, where you learn more and bond with your servants a bit. So they can be a lot of fun. And these are Lomias. These are an enemy type. Well, we've actually already seen them, because I'm pretty sure I showed you the caster daily on stream earlier. One of the previous streams. These drop the Snake Eye Jewel, which quite a bit of servants. Servants affiliated with Medusa often require a bunch of them. Heracles, mate, why are you hogging all the cards? Oh well. Yeah, we'll just do this. Take a chunk out of this one. Incidentally, if he was Solar and just could have done a Buster Brave Chain, he would have easily killed that one. Then he'd one-turn the middle one, then he'd one-turn the last one. and he's not even forward, so he's missing 1,000 attack. And he's not even level 80, so he's missing even more attack. And really, if you grail him, he gets even dumber. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. Take a chunk out of that middle one. Or there go the crits. See, they hit like a truck, even though she's getting she's counterclassing. However, now they've messed up because now I have my MP. I'm also going to heal her just because I can. Nice arts chain. So I'll go ahead and tell you, Tiger, who we got off of that Babylonia banner there. Another Bonfushi. Alright. Right. This is a higher level node than we've been experiencing. We're kind of sequence breaking a bit. Only just a bit. So now we have 2 more fights. Now I think the next fight is pretty sketchy. No. This is what we do for that. Archers and berserkers are in here. Pirates. This is a kind of a spoiler for the 3rd singularity. So the one after Septum. That's right. We be pirating. So do be excited for that. Even if nothing else, the pretty scenery in the third singularity, with the ocean in the background and the vibrant pirate ships, is a very pleasant change from the tutorial singularity and the 2 main ones after that, which is mostly it's a field. Heracles. Okay. So this is going to buff after we do the 3rd fight, so the one after this. Ushi's going to get her MP upgraded, which is really nice. There's the closest thing to a rough enemy in this fight. Purely just because he's a health sponge. He's just a little bronze enemy, so he's not actually all that threatening. The bond up long wing. And now a bunch of ghosties. Which unfortunately, we don't really have anything to fight. Or we don't have a damage dealing caster available. Wait a minute, didn't I have a second person on my friends list that had a Melt Lilith? Or were they just followed? Not recall. Actually, it could be a decent opportunity to no. I was thinking about slotting my the Nidocris that's on my main and showing you what she can do over here, but I decided against it. I'll just do this. Here are other enemies that are in this the third singularity that you'll meet. These little ghosties, and these. Remember I told you that there are enemies that can drain your MP gauge and they're very bloody annoying. Well, that's these little buggers. These are one of the ones that do it the most commonly. And they're assassins, they also have fairly high crit rates too. Do be careful of that. I'm not going to bother with the Strias buffs yet. So as you can see, these upgrade quests and interludes generally are tougher fights than the early story levels, at least. These are more, well, I guess Singularity 3 level, which is actually why it amuses me. It's interesting that this wasn't locked behind clearing that, because most of the time that's what they do. Is lock certain things behind certain levels of story completion. Almost. Yeah, did you see that crit? Where'd that health go? Oops. I'm gonna go in and head his guts just to be safe. And we're going to do this just to get some stars for the Strider to use on the next turn. As you can see though, Heracles doesn't really gen many stars. That's not what he does. It's a bit unfortunate that we didn't get a better distribution. Let us attempt to take a licking out of this one. Yeah, there it is. There's the skill that drains MP, the buggers. So he is going to die the next hit that actually makes contact. Luckily, Estrella has her let's just go ahead and do this one. Try and keep him up, if only a little bit longer. And if David can stick around for a bit, he will get his... There we go. Yeah, hopefully she actually crits. Never in doubt. And next turn we can end it. Okay, now they're picking on David a little. Luckily he can... It's only a one-turn defense up, but he does have a fairly large heal as it ranks up. Of course, it's certainly not a priority to do. And we can keep Eric alive again. Now in this case we're going to do this just to make sure we finish that one off and then end with the MP. See, it's a good thing we did that, or I would have wasted my MP on like 200 out. That does happen from time to time, and it's infuriating every time. You'll want to bash out against a wall. Now these little buggers. There's Sabonda, and if you'll notice it said 1 out of 10 interludes. That's because fairly recently we got a quest, more extra quests, where you get rewarded 10 Saint Quartz for every 10 interludes you do, or strengthens. There's a set of those extra quests for both types of upgrade quests for your servants. Oh, we're getting a Mystic card on up. Right here is a Ghost Lantern. You're gonna need those. And unfortunately, you can't actually start getting them until you get to these ghosts in the third singularity. So we have to get through Septum to get, and then part of the way through, there we go. She's going to do a lot more damage now. And she's gotten a new section of her profile. Now for Heracles, I think his is a bit tougher. Yeah, hers was level 40 recommended, I'm pretty sure, and his is level 50, but is less AP, funnily enough. We will put that on hold though. There's no buff to it, but there is some Saint Quartz. Speaking of, we have a summon available. Just one, but if we get lucky, one's all it'll take. Well, it's a bit of a dud to end on, but I think we got quite a bit accomplished. We've finished the second half of Orleans. And now, next up, we'll go ahead and click here and get through these opening cutscenes like we did Orleans. Here's good old Septum. And still, I wonder, I swear I don't recall this being a thing for these early. I wonder if this is a recent bug or something, because I sure don't remember everything already being mapped out like this for these early singularities. But it really has been a while since I played through them. Alright. So next time, let's actually take a look at what we have available. We may break down in level Proto-Coup at least to 30. Or, no, if we're going to do that, we want to ascend him because there's no use having a coup without protection from arrows. That skill is just incredible. So it's definitely something we'd want to unlock. It's just early on, it's really painful to quote-unquote waste resources when you bloody well know which one you're wanting to put them into. But Sometimes them's the breaks. Alright, we have the Vishibron. We also need to think about leveling some supports. Hans will be the priority just because he can work with anyone. Although Mozart can as well. But it'll be a while before we get Mozart's third skill, which is the reason he can work with everyone. Tiger is also an option, as opposed to Proto-Coup. And unlike them, her first skill's the one that gives her a lot of good stuff. That cooldown though, sad. Curious what? We have plenty of these, but she's going to get stuck really quickly. If nothing else, we could ascend him already, just to get access to his battery. Because his second skill has a nice battery on it. Let's see, does the battery scale by level? Yeah, it does. It starts at 10% and goes to 20. However, even 10% charge is pretty lovely. Because how many times have we been stuck at like 90% already here? Of course, generally it's better it's good to use on himself as well, but that's when you have his third skill. Which we won't have for a very long while. What's his skill mass look like? Oh dear. Or no. He takes a lot of hero proofs. And he takes 30 dragon fangs just to ascend. Or no. See, that's what I'm telling you. This initial ascension, you know, that's fine. It's 4 pieces. That's fine. But anything past that, gold units are going to get you when you're a fresh account. That's really something to worry about. So, I mean, it's not like we have another saber that we're going to level. And, you know, at the moment, we will have to be spooked by something nice. Like, we have no way of getting Bedivere for a long time. And he's the only saber that's not a gold that I would be interested in bothering with leveling personally. Yeah, look at that. That makes me cry. But else we're ready to ascend. Our Serenity. Wait a minute. Alright. Yeah, we need another archer. I suppose we should be working on... Oh mercy, there are way too many of these to scroll through. The archer node. So, drop rates wise. Right. Let me see if I can find it for you really quickly. There is a drop rate table in a Google Doc. I wonder if this will even let me post it. Now this has drop rates for NA and JP, and you can find the best nodes to grind to drop particular items. that are available all the time. Well, with the exception of dailies, because those are once a week, but you get the idea. And it's very helpful. Now, full disclosure, you'll probably cry when you see what the best drop rates are, how low they are for some of these items. I understand, I feel your pain, but just know events will save you at some point. So that always do your events as long as you're qualified for them. They're invaluable. That being said, let's see if this will actually post. It's a Google Doc. It should. There you go. There's your drop rate table. Make sure to bookmark that bugger and look at it early and often when you want to do any material grinding. Say you need like 5 of some sort of a thing to ascend a servant, you really need to level quickly. Well, you know where to go now. Generally, from my experience at least, if you need blue skill gems, so these little ditties, the best drop rate for them is the lowest cost class node. However, the best drop rate for pieces, for the Ascension materials, and second best drop rate for the blue gems, and there's not much difference as you can tell when you look at the table, is this one. So if you really need the silver pieces and you want to get a decent number of the blue ones and also have a shot at the red ones as well, then these normally they're 20 AP, but they're half price right now, of course. And so this is the one I generally have been grinding. Plus the level 25, which is starting out. It's not too difficult to get strong enough really quickly to be able to handle those. When it comes to gold, your monuments, the best drop rate for those are, for both the gold monuments and skill gems, is the level 40 node. However, the level 30, while having quite a bit less drop rate for the monuments and the gold ones, the gold gems, maintains a good drop rate for the like red skill gems and pieces. In fact, for certain classes, the 30 AP node is the best drop rate for the pieces. And reminder that while starting out, it's mostly the monuments you will struggle with more. Once you get your account established, it's going to be the pieces that you will struggle with more. So the 30 AP node is one of the better ones to grind, just to get a little bit of everything. So yeah, that being said, all of that being said, your very best farming and stuff are going to be in events, and especially lotteries and the like. But until if an event's not available, you make do with what you have. So yeah, I might also, speaking of skill levels, and the like. What is? As you can see, we're in pretty bad shape when it comes to Berserker gems. But here's a big thing. Look at the QP needed to enhance. Just to go from rank 1 to 2, it's 100,000 for a 4-star unit. Now for a 3-star, notice it's half the price. So that's another thing. These gold units, they're they're more expensive to ascend in general, both mat-wise and QP cost. But their skill, ranking up their skills, is going to cost a great deal more than ranking up the skills of even a 3-star unit. And a 3-star unit is going to be quite a bit more expensive than the bronze is, even. So yeah, something to be careful about. No rush to... we should probably try and level Ushi up to 40. I'm going to do that while I'm thinking of it. Right, our login got us these particular fours, which increases your attack by 50. And fortunately, we only got 10 of them from the login when you need 20 of them to fully upgrade a servant's attack by 1,000, which is the initial cap. After that, they can go to 2,000, but that requires 4-star foes, which I've already explained before. You get a handful of those per event, and occasional login bonuses. And it roughly takes about 8 months of doing every event to be able to max out one servant's stats to 2,000. So it's something. It's definitely something to hold for servants you just really like and use a lot, and that will really benefit from the stats. Like a support servant, for example. What are they going to do with attack when you want your attacks to all be from your DPS if you can help it? I'm actually not sure who to forward first. The obvious choice would be Heracles, but don't know. Hopefully we get it. There we go. That will, yeah. I'm not even going to say anything. The funny thing is, forwarding gives it XP. It's a very little EXP, but even they provide just a wee bit. And we'll give her a 1-star saber. Ember. And she's a proud pupper. Unfortunately, as you can see, so both she and who else was it? Was it Lon Ling? Yeah. Both of those need double-digit hero proofs. And then the best node to grind hero proofs on, drop rate wise, will not be available to us until we go to the pirate lands. So you can see how it's a bit rough. Of course, keep in mind that that your levels are going to be fine even if you can't, even after first ascension until you get to that third singularity anyway, because of just how weak the enemies are until that point where they step up a bit, and then they step up a little more the next one, and then there's a decent sized step up after that, and then there's a huge step up, and then another step up. I forgot to go back to that one. David. We could level David as well. No sense in keeping him at level 30. Plus his attack's still just going to get higher and higher. And we keep getting stuck in situations where he just barely didn't kill an enemy. Well, that's funny. That's just plain funny. We're gonna do one at a time just in case it crits again. That one didn't. This is going to end up just like Ushi, where he's gonna lack like 900 EXP. But on the dot. Yeah, he went up what, like 800 attack through those 10 levels, which is pretty substantial early on. Alright, Lon Ling, but that can wait because we're out of gold, all XP, and we certainly don't have any for Saber. As for Heracles, we will take him to 80 eventually. The daily logins are going to continue to just flood us with these 4-star embers for a while, thanks to this Startash campaign. So we should definitely have enough to level him after all that's done. I think that will just about do it for this stream, though. So next time we will tinker around with Septum, I suppose. Actually, come to think of it, there's no reason not to go ahead and do this. Where is it? Start leveling Hans. I'm loath to do this, but clear them. Might as well clear them out. Nothing else. Get rid of these icky bronze seas. See, they're fine for bronze servants. Past that, they're just laughably inefficient. As you can see, even now they're barely doing anything. That cleared out our inventory quite a bit, at least. Okay. Random goal EXP. Nah, we'll throw. I guess he'll stay at 23 for now. I don't want to use those golds yet. I'd rather use those class, proper class. So for example with Heracles, we'd want to use this nice 5-star Ember. Because look at that, that's a quarter, that's a little over a quarter of a level right there. It's about a third of a level really. Fact. Yeah, we just about have him a level right there, even if it doesn't crit with the Berserker EXP. And these would really shoot us up a nice Lancer early on, if we could get coup to drop. I'm convinced at the moment, I'm like, okay, let's level Tiger. The very next summon, here comes Ku Kalane. This is hair, yes. Alright, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and... I hesitate to use these bronze ones just because how untidy they make everything. Whereas these, each silver fart is just a solid, whatever, we'll do it. So that's a, you know what, whatever. So each month there are enough silver foes for both attack and health to max out one servant, if said servant started at 0 points in both. And I think it's about, I don't know, I'll just check for you to make sure. It's been a while since I got them because I was sort of overflowing with silver foes there for a long time. I'm out now on my main account, but yeah, so 300, it's 300 mana prisms for each of them, so 600 mana prisms. And I know that sounds like a lot, but you get quite a bit of mana prisms from events most of the time. And every event will also have a set of 20 of each of them, at least, in the shop. So, and there are multiple events a month. So basically, as long as you're playing and doing your events, it won't take that long to start fully firing several units. And they really make a big difference, especially to lower star units, just because of how big a chunk 1,000 extra stats to each of their stats is. Okay, so I'll give it a good think about whether I'm going to go ahead and... Because between these two, Protoku's probably a bit better, but not so much that it would really hurt to go ahead and level her instead. And frankly, I like her quite a bit, but I never get a chance to use her on my main. I actually have an MP5 on my main, despite her being story locked, because she was rated up, or she was available at least. Because frankly, 3-star rate ups are the real lie in this game. It's actually fairly miraculous that she actually popped up. Because I don't know what the rate up is for 3 stars, but it's pretty bloody laughable. Ask anyone that rolled for Asclepius when he was rated up on this recent, on the banner, the Lost Belt 4 released banner, and ended up getting the bloody 5-star unit several times before getting a single copy of Asclepius. It's insane. But of course, regular Coup just is so much better than all of the other ones that it's a bit silly to not prioritize him. He's actually quite similar to the role Heracles can play, in that they just last a long time. So they just consistently pump out their damage because they're just so bloody survivable and they just keep sticking. Like, even when Ku's not counterclassing, he can get a lot of value as like the last man standing unit. So, as one might expect, you would have him here, where I have Lon Ling here in the last slot. So when everyone else is dead, he's still there, and now the enemy has to get through all his nonsense before you lose the fight. Alright. I think I've successfully dragged this stream out way too bloody long with my yapping. So that'll be all for now. Next stream we will embark on Septon. Maybe finally raise the Lancer, we'll see. Well, of course we'll have a couple of rolls from our daily login. Of course it's the day after where we will actually get some proper rolls from it. So until then, hope you enjoyed. See you next time.